On Garbage World, it is always garbage day. So it continues. I had a couple of considerations. One being that only after setting up the electromotor machine did it occur to me ride lubricant is extremely easy to acquire here on Trash World. So I could grease up all of these belts to Express without that much of a hassle. That's one small revision. Other... Well, I think I'm still going to run this place by way of cycling belts. Do things a little differently in order to free up more capacity on said belts. Trying to move the scrap to a dedicated inner line. Shift everything around accordingly. I should run this machine again. Get that productivity bar out of it. Delicious magnet lab. Yes, good. Uncommons even. Love to see it. And that will be able to just merge onto this new inner cycle of belts. The resource density is so high on the trash pile. It's beautiful. I want to cycle these again at least once. 50% productivity. Truly astounding. And there's other stuff that I can just kinda scooch back. This might leave some residual trash under the outer edges of the belt. That can all be worked with. Eventually it will be collected. So like arm maker over there. The entire planet is your garage. Pop the assembler out of here. Is there enough surface for it somewhere else? The recyclers all also need to move. To be determined. I'll just try to plop that down on the ground somewhere to keep the pattern intact. String fresh power line. Make sure there's a closed loop of wire. Surely I have uncommon ships laying around somewhere. There's probably some in the mix, and now that the mix is circulating again, they should make their way into the devices. Yes, because then that will dispense 2. I get passed over, and then take that down. That will dispense 2. I'll be able to move that accordingly. A couple of splitters to make full use of the lanes. Alright, that is now satisfied. Now I can get trash cycle online here. Scoop all of this. And residually from previous session. Part of the plan now for here is to eventually set up more production over on this island, where there's just more room to work with. Maybe also that one. Once I have a little point-to-point rail bridge, there's all sorts of things that will become viable. So have one corner, at least, where there is lane balancing on the scrap belt. Fancy accumulators. Right, I can split to the outside. Just need to find a regular ass green circuit board anywhere. Okay, there's some. Needs to be more. Take those. And right, so the recyclers need to move to the inner belt, and then they will tunnel to the outer belt with their output. Yeah. Yeah, the design is forming, especially since there's a few bald patches in the corners of the interior here, so that's natural places for the recyclers to go. Back to looking for 2 more normal green circuits. That one's too fancy. That's not for directing garbage traffic. That could be a construction robot. Or a very small fraction of a laser. Also pack these together more tightly in this setup. Power line thereabouts. That's some of the last common belts currently active on the planet. Speed that up. Once I have removed some of this outer surface from the trash pile, then the scrap input can recede back into the center, freeing up more space for working machines around the perimeter. Ooh, more tunnel. Needs more gears. Not currently holding any assemblers. I created room for there. Yes, barely. These power lines move this lightning rod. Back to that lightning rod. Close that wire fence. New home for assembler. Should be coherent. Right, I was still sequestering wire off of the belt. There we go. Sure, the qualitating motion continues all throughout the facility. Qualitize everything that is not liquid. And there, that's a splitter I need for corner lane balance here. Here we go. The mix. the uncommon quality 2s. Reactivate those over here. Common qual 1, uncommon qual 2. Very under-moduled at the moment. That is how it goes. Drop this excess back off here. Okay, and rotate just flips these end to end rather than introducing some sort of nightmare scenario where you suddenly change their dimensions. And of course, they can also be mirrored. You can always put it in H. Offload all of this onto the main cycle. Let it find a good home. And I can start making a few basic electromotors. Still need more gear. Stop recycling gear for a bit. Need the gears as they are. Alright, so cycling back around to other tools that would be of value here on Garbage World. That first robot port. Will need modules, as everything does. And these are in service of getting a new generation of trash-picked logistic bots brought into existence. Okay, with only the one splitter on the line as well, should be able to pop an arm into place there. And if I now wire up this belt, just read all contents. Yes, the only blind spot is just right in there. That gives a pretty simple direct read of everything that is currently on here. I set up a common gear machine to say that when iron plates outnumber iron gears, so really I kind of want to tear this back down and the control valve for that, since gears are a direct byproduct of the core trash picking, is that when there is too much gear, that is when a gear recycler should make a grab. Or you know what, I have this recycler here to drop down. Okay, that seems like enough of a sample size to confirm steel just gets destroyed in the recycler. It sometimes comes back out as additional steel. So in turn, I can put some limiters on things here. Common green circuits. How many are on belts? When that number is less than 100. Run the machine. Don't want them taking up too much space. When no wire is available. Run the wire machine. So that's currently hung up on having lead buffer. There we go. Just pick out some arbitrary numbers. You can also put gears back into the cycle when they fit. Takes a lot of gear to make an underground thread. Modules are moving again. I need to do something with steel. I would like to do something with steel. Could start as simply as building the rail bridge. That's how long a ramp is. Clear out space down here. And then, like, knock over all of these. Though that would be fine, because when it's time to do that... that is when this will become scrap collecting and maybe a tiny bit of sorting. And most production will instead happen on the other island. I always do this as a way to start experimenting with how the pieces fit together. So, ramp up. On some more assemblers, because I do want more production options snapped onto the perimeter. The part missing for basic rail production is stick. The steel and the gravel arrive naturally. Don't have much use for all of these copper plates. Filter them out of there. especially if they're fancy. Stop hiding gears. Gears should go back into circulation. One more recycling machine in my pocket. Set you up over here to conditionally crunch gears in order to generate iron. Or I could just handle that manually for now, still. The Verge finally running out of excuses to not build the rope port. I say as though it's not. But you can't always find more reasons to postpone. Okay, there's a bunch of iron in this box. Use that to get these online. I think all the scrap has been successfully migrated over off of the outer belt. Get this material shuffled back into something for processing. And I think water is going to be valuable enough for its own sake that I will shut down the boiler. Need the chemical properties of water. Solvent. Drop one of these out into the lake. How far can you get? One length. Tall rail. Yeah, if one were open to using your space platform as a supply hook, I could be dropping ice cubes out of orbit. I may begin to do that. That or similar things. That broadly using the space platform as part of the flow. But for now, it is sworn not to interfere in the trial of garbage. Sacred right. Learn the riddle of used steel. Another one of these. There's a tiny bit of track. Okay, it'll auto-place the supports when you waggle. Good. I can just kinda extrude, and then I'll get a bill of material for what it takes to cross this lake. Seven more towers. Continue to appreciate and dwell in the soundscape of Trash Planet. Somehow I wasn't expecting to have new soundtrack for each world, but here we are. Looking forward to eventually hearing meat sounds. Right now, actually what I can do here, what I should do here is... This is for commons only, and give you an uncommon output for your fancies. There, now it'll buffer basic speed modules for me. Okay, actually, my supplies of uncommon parts, or even rare parts. Maybe I can just go premium on the Roboport right away. Would suit the world of quality. I don't know how much rare red I might have in stock. If I do have it, it's building up on the belt. They're being stowed anywhere. Only consuming common and uncommon ships. There's one. I guess implicitly, because I have a process consuming the other rarities, rare goods should be accumulating on the belt pretty steadily, and then I can extract them. And then I need another ramp on the far side. And my next available assembler should probably be sticks then. This entire setup down one tile. Then I'll probably also need to, like, shift how this is being done. Which, yeah, actually, pop that over there. Select fancy concrete. And you can just reach directly into the buffet pool. You'll find what you need. Okay, I clearly have more than enough scrap at the moment, so I can take a few drills down in order to reassign our modules into other equipment. And in turn, yeah, shut off this gear machine entirely. You'll find gears. Why'd you ever make a new gear when you can just reach down onto the ground and pick one up? Gears all around you when you know where to look. Well, held up on some things. Preemptively avoid overproducing assembler 1s, assembler 3s. 3R1. Assembler current standard. If I wanted a quick way to check overall belt status, that would just be a matter of taking any of these scanners and, yeah, strapping them to a power line so I can just read the signals. Take out the old multimeter. And dimensional oscilloscope. Yeah, a lot of steel. A lot of fuel cube. I don't have something to do with the fuel cubes right now. Trains existed, it would help with that. The move is to kind of hold the line for a bit. Finish building that bridge. You need an outlet. That's a job for a bulk arm. Need to move that at a reasonable clip. Making more recycling machines would tank some of this steel. Moving these batteries to the other island since I have power continuity. Yes, pack up all of these accumulators. And if it temporarily disrupts power a little bit, that's fine. It'll even out. Long run. Slap them down over here. Big field. Yeah, they're currently discharging because the weather is calm. Could just hook power lines to the railway. That would be something. Bots are vulnerable to lightning. Stay safe, bots. No casualties yet. This is no build weather. And weather has calmed. Start thinking about power grid on next island. Up all this delicious surface level garbage. Yeah, no accumulators here for now, so I'm not going to be storing any of this energy, but I can at least get the basic footprint kind of noodled out here. Okay, and it seems like there's a bit of fuzzy logic to exactly how far the range of these goes. That's quite a bit of footprint to work with. Four more towers and then the down ramp. Then I need standard railway parts, a station on each end. Signals won't be needed yet because it's just the one platform. Be bi-directional. Three rare gear. $11 rare red circuit. And I'm holding 2 rare steel. Fuel all kinds. If I throw fuel into a recycler, it should just go away. Possibly come back out as more fuel that's been uprolled to higher quality if I had quality module in there. Find out. Well, no modules currently installed there. Okay, it comes back out as just more fuel. Which I suppose is a good default behavior to know of out of the recycler. That something it can't decompose will sometimes just fall back out alive. Continue the ceremonial paving. It's clear. Get more track installed. And I should bring over accumulators with which to start to energize this island. Get ready for some productive endeavors. All incident back on novice. I pulverize the plastic back into coal. Or any coal needing processes. That probably works. Stop burning common stone. Reserve common stone for the railway. There's my down ramp. Going to need many boxes. And the arms keep coming. Deep and only basic arm. Still does good work. Guess all three of those get torn up and they migrate over the production island. Cardinal directions only for the ramp. Good to have confirmation that the personal shields hold up to electrical strikes. probably strewed my way out here to 2 cars of space. At least. Pour the oil back in the ocean. Spin up a bunch of common accumulator. 5th chance of escalation. Okay, I think there's definitely enough red floating around to make the roboport. Well, I can even just check the data line. Yes. Roll the dice. If I can get good roboport. Maybe even 2 roboports. That island is probably too large for a single hive to cover the whole network. And of course, then I will also have to make the Roberts. All circles back to needing a good green ship machine. begin to stockpile the scrap for the migration. Alright, 2 basics will do. Gods have spoken. Still didn't get that second locomotive. Not scrap processing anymore, so there's no new wire getting released onto the circuit. Please take both electromotors that I already made. Convert them to robot frames. To one robot frame. To wish to plug one control card for one logistics robot, the first child of the trash planet. thinking of cargo wagon that I had only made one of as well. Well, there you are. Okay, I have a bunch of copper plate sequestered over there. I can run that through another magnet lab to resolve this. Still always fishing for quality. So I guess also the robot installer would occur in machine for the chance to roll dice. Sound foundation of robot astrology. Those lucky robots. Alright, so arrival side. Go a little bit further ahead. Soon these will be upgraded into logistic boxes. Yeah, right now, right here in my hand. Just about. Well, they might need to exist as non-smart boxes for a bit longer. They can be swapped out when it's time. Get the recyclers running again over here. Next, if I'm doing this as a bot setup right away, not as much concern about needing to leave space for things. These receive from boxes and they will give back to boxes. Sorted by powerful machines. Right, in which case they need room for loading from somewhere, and I can try to consolidate that. requester there. Providers there. And a basic power line there would account for several such arrays. Okay, and then... yeah, 2 or 3, maybe 4 ports cover this whole area. For now, just have the one right here for the loading dock. And if I'm making a high capacity loading dock, it might be to my benefit to have more ports. And there can be a fuel loading box there for the train. Not allowed to walk on the elevated rail. Horrible. Okay, successfully made any robots from non-robots. Scoop all of this. And all of this. It'll get re-implemented on the other side of the bridge. Small hull breach and a gun out of ammo. Yes. Peace tank should go and do maintenance. Carrying... you're not carrying any brick wall. Guess the wall supply is... should be in the network. No, there's a brick wall machine that's like north a ways. Drive very carefully around all the valuable space equipment. Yes, have a wall maker over there. Roboport. Sure. The power line. Do I have no basic Roboport in storage? Thought I did. Range. Or is it uncommon Roboport? Might have built up. Guess that's within construction radius. Nothing. Or nope. Yes. 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 It's exactly a tile off of where I needed it to be. Alright, now they will bring me the wall. The peace tank is on the job. Putting in hours. Okay, brick walls acquired. To fight against various normal muscle memory related to character controls. While in remote driving mode. This tank will administer repairs. Or wait, the most recent attack wasn't on this section. This section has still been chewed on a little bit recently, right? Surprisingly not much. That one turret is damaged. down here. Now I should... Yes, I am carrying power lines and beams. Let me just update the firmware of this fort a little bit. Uncommon power line. Solid backing of uncommon laser. How many bullets were left here? Only 75. It's like one bullet turret as a legacy feature. Oh, these were even all common bullet turrets. Wild. Place a ghost of missing rounds. Okay, fort maintenance complete. I could do a little better here. Let me also update that corner. It'll take a while for the construction bots to remove all of these bullets by hand. Well, really, as well, I should remove the common guns, retire them from the front line. Another 270 rounds. So, not holding any more uncommon gun turrets. This is a very old fort. Well, that's your loadout then. Keep up the peace. This tank is not holding any radar. It could... We get back to base here. Request 5 rare radars that it can cover gaps in the surveillance coverage. That it can give itself eyes. Set up a signal booster for the Wi-Fi. stealth oil in those woods. Okay, there we go. Another successful peace tank outing. Everything is fine. Peace maintained. Okay, double train. Runs on recycled fuel cubes. Using our patented cube cycling technology to turn thousands of cubes into dozens of cubes. I can make a more normal drill setup a bit. Well, I'll just drive it manually for this first go. This is where scrap becomes garbage. Where it attains purpose. At least two brothers. Just need to make beginnings of scrap handling system. Right, because that tile is not where the provider goes, that's where the requester goes. And qualitate both of you thoroughly and set you to common scrap. To begin to resume the cycling. Give them the garbage. It's good. Lads at work. More requesters, more providers. Of those can now apply their pressure. And let's set you to uncommon. Qualitate. Uncommon scrap. Time being, the rare scrap processor does not need quality mods. It would take efficiency mods if it so felt like it. Should probably move this, or make sure the other station is over far enough that I could refuel both locomotives. Yeah, it'll take a while to spend much more track, since I only need track when I'm building new bridges pretty well. Be a while before I would need to create any loops or other fancy structures here. Yeah, I can use that extended reach to sometimes create safe swaths of ocean. Is there a rail portable way that I could store power? Any way to take this electricity off of the grid and put it in a box? And then heft it down the road? Maybe. I'll set up some kind of rules to govern this. If I make this track just slightly longer, things to do. Get all of these out of my pockets. Shoved into every corner that doesn't obstruct foot travel. The overall surface area of this land is pretty good. Should have quite a bit of overall energy capture from the lightning rods. So first things first on New Island. Me. Some new recyclers. And try to get more of these provider boxes wired up. That's good. Already one improvement. All right, and all right, try that again with good recycler. Some of this uncommon steel out of my pockets. Right, there's no construction bot in here. The logistics bots are only for hauling freight. They are Teamsters. Well, I guess I take these and let the personal construction bots distribute. And make more active providers so I can get all of the payload hooked up here. Okay, and so back here on the pier, well, on the margin here, start to set up production chain of getting more basic bots. Okay, there's terrain blocking that. Alright, that works as an immediate shape for logistics bot, construction bot. Droid frame. Electromotor. Normal motor. place the pump first in order to see where I can siphon. Lift face is a bit irregular here. There. Oh, chem plant, like that. We'll need to re-establish a couple of magnet labs over here. In green. Scrape together the materials for another requester box. Common wire and common green are enough. My intentions. Hop back over to the other island. There we go. Get this starting to run as just a little automated shuttle service that also happens to haul garbage. All right, let's clear the belt. Also collect the belt. Alright, got a good healthy heap of miscellanea. And of course, now that the schedule exists, I can override it with a slap of the button. Switch islands. Like to just clear a little more of a path, and then I'll move the entire station over step. When it's time, unless I can probably access that locomotive side here. Yeah, okay, never mind. This is fine. You just stay on the ramp. Track is exactly where it needs to be. Yeah, I need more of these to make another Wester. Sneak that in over here so I can get steel and batteries delivered routinely. Backed into a corner up there. Terrible. I move you down. And I can request here. And these can be controlled by the bot population of the logistics network. I need to tell the nest to robot stats. Stored on special channels. So read channel Y for logistic bots and channel Z. Work my way up to 150. Like 50 construction bots. More than needed. It'll be good to have a local stock. Yeah, high activity at that fort. Might need to make the walls a little thicker. You well-placed green. Means wire. Means garbage. Gotta be wire in here somewhere. I tie you to a pole there. Currently -1 common wire on this side of the network. Okay, this is for like want of material throughput, unpacking the scrap. Now let's just help the bots out. Need to be careful not to walk into the perimeter there. I could set up second magnet lab. Spin wire out of all this copper plate. That'll help get things back online. And in fact, let's just cut the construction bot line, make sure that these frames go to logistic. And give that a second to try to ferment. Go pick up more scrap. Might have to abandon all this water. I might bottle it and bring it over. Strange dry oil planet. I was out of liquid metal, so I can spool that up at no loss. Grab some of these, some of these, some of those. Alright, finally capped back off again. Back to Garbage Island. It begins. The lads take flight. The bees return. I want to save my best quality modules for putting into the quality module machines themselves. The uncommon recycler got made. My best modules are currently in the recycler machine, making the best possible recyclers. Okay, the bot machine is managing to run. Circuit machine is also kind of managing to run. I need to reinstate a supply of normal iron plate. Or begin work of many days trying to upcycle more parts. Spread out my lightning rods. Have all the power that I can of this island. I need to take out the natural towers. Well, natural. Installed by previous owner. Okay, so other things to reestablish on this side of the fence. Get a lab making accumulators. Or no, what am I saying? First thing to do is to restore module production. I'll wire this up to both of you. Say set requests. That, yes. It will multitask. Very good. And qualitate. And in turn, I should set up the rare maker as well. And alright, if I were to put all of these over here, that would drop them inside the network. hasn't managed to run yet. Nor has this one. Nor, well, okay, this one doesn't have an active productivity bar cycle. Remodule. Okay, for the time being on this world, I should request parts needed to make logistic boxes. Back to the scrap heap. We'll get more drills going again. Have no modules for you to run. It will be generating only common scraps. Like, give them taste buds. They aren't able to differentiate the trash from the garbage. Important and subtle distinctions. Okay, I can pull these back to the other. I can walk. Weather's fine. The oil is hot. Need cycler on the side. Not in there. And not here because those are the rare scrap machines. Now I need to start reinstating things like your crusher. wire this into the network. Set you to when available plate less than 500 crush gears. And give you the green arm. That keeps the common circuits potentially moving. So, okay, I have a small initial crew of logistic bots. We also proceed to make any construction bot. Just to have that local capacity. I can rev this and then move this. More passive providers on all these outputs. Drop a requester in for you. quality materials inbound. You arrive now on the trash planet. I'm on the supply train back over. Don't have any persistent radar up here yet, but it feels less important to do that. With how things are over here. With how life is better here on Garbage Planet. This all of my magnet labs. No, I have 6 more common magnet labs that I could throw onto the ground to use for something. So, jobs for those labs to do. Got more accumulators that weren't on the ground yet. Pack more of those in. Yes, this is the place. Now is the time to truly begin to qualitate. Alright, so magnet machine mission is to make better magnet machine. Well, no, I have to make do with the ones I have for the moment in order to start upcycling other things. So, I have rare steel and rare wire. Be upon me now, or I guess. Okay, foundational things to do. It's actually to get the box maker active. A few non-quality devices to operate here in this system. Request small personal supply of green and red again. For most purposes, just Requester and Provider provides all the functionality I need. Requester and Passive Provider. I have Active Provider over there for flavor. For want of wire and stick. Well, for sticks, I can just eat more ruins. Till I create a new stick mill, fueled by garbage. Okay, so now, new local logistics requests. Give me steel box, provider box, requester box. Okay, box machine. Did I have any more assemblers left uncollected from the other shore? I got interrupted in the middle of, yes, tearing down the assembler. So all of these are still accounted for. Can bring them back online on New Shore's water tank. Precious commodity. Someday you will be rescued. Plenty of scrap in the heap. Get a data wire running along these boxes so I can check scrap inventory at a glance. Not bad. That's the usual curve. And of course, since the robots are now at all alive, I could also peel up the robot tool chain and repurpose that. However, temporarily. It's good. We're doing modules. And alright, so this recycler, my designated crushing machine, a couple different things I could be working toward. But of course, one of those being actually getting magnetic science to start happening, although I'm not going to process this magnetic science here. That will involve the first journey back to the home world. That will be after I have earned my certification. Proper trash wizard. So the ordeal here will continue. This is the training in the garbage lowlands. Attain knowledge of quality. Bots will help streamline this. By quite a bit. Okay, switch that so the train starts just going back and forth and doing trash deliveries. Set up the dual boxes as questers. The fuel distribution can happen automatically. Okay, so one of the things I want. Full array of rare lightning rods. The direct way to do that is to simply make them directly out of rare raw material. And then put them to work. That material isn't always available. I try to recycle this rare concrete back into brick, though. Okay, and Brain, I'm gonna lower your standards for inactivity to like, yeah, 10. I mean, right now there is activity because there is loading going on over there, very slowly, via the standard arms. I wanted to make a rare electric furnace. Quest that up. What do we got? Even more rare brick would be needed. And even more rare steel. There's some rare steel that was just in my pocket. There's that. The other option is an uncommon lightning rod machine rigged up with quality modules. Any output that does not pass quality checks just gets thrown into a wood chipper. to be reprocessed into the next generation of devices. This is the power of Garbage Island. Gonna stow the ice in just an innate inert storage box for now. I think all of my quality levels of ice will go into separate melting machines, though. There will be much need for water. Anyway, as I go about doing that, go ahead and start upcycling my lightning rods. Throwing the unwanted ones into a blender. The natural next step along that chain is a normal lightning rod machine. Need more quality mods to appear. What? Or what? Oh, you don't have an outlet for your uncommon green, really? Okay, they can't load over here because there's no uncommon blue. Terrible. Things you just don't find in the trash some days. Wait, crushing low density structure, that can extract some steel. That can uproll the steel. Yeah, run those through the ringer. I think I had uncommon brick. Sitting around here. Remove passenger from consideration. Just cycle on your own time. Yes, brick box recovered. Rail box recovered. Rocks in pocket. Run the usual overrides here. Got important infrastructure work to do. Of course, it's always hard to tell whether the batteries or the lightning rods are the weak point currently. Permanent request for rare lightning rod. Whenever they get made. And your area of influence is indeed much wider. A common would be. Okay, so for each of these machines, they bring their input requesters over to this side. Then there is a cycling machine. Move this over there. Okay, the workflow, as I now imagine it, is every common that you complete gets thrown in the recycler. Any common material that falls out of that gets fed back in. And any uncommon material gets passed along to the next block. Which would be nice to have a long arm to handle that. To directly deposit. You'll find an iron plate. Any greater than common, because if a rare roll happens, it can then just be passed along by the next arm. His job will be to grab greater than uncommon material. And then if you manage to roll a rare, then it just gets taken aside, stored, put up for availability. Yes, a workflow is forming an image machine. And some more quality modules have managed to manifest. We'll jam those in over here. Get those out of my inventory and into any kind of active working device. Add one more blue steel, I could get this electric furnace running. Right, I want even more qualities to put into those recyclers to make them really tribute to the procedure here. There, unjam that one small problem. Prod mod machine. Gotta relieve that shortage of uncommon blue somehow. Perhaps by even making uncommon blue from scratch. Assembling new stock. Imagine. Yeah, power system definitely needs work on this island. Well, there's my one furnace. You are going to process rocks, all kinds. And you should do so qualitatively. I think let me create a new group here for some Garbage Planet specific settings here. I would like to auto trash common wire. And auto trash gravel. Gravel, uncommon. Gravel, rare. Bots will come and collect it as space opens for it. This remains an issue. I'll hold the rare speeds because those are ingredients for directly making rare assemblies. The uncommon speeds, though, and the common speeds, I can mulch those. That'll generate more chips, although only of green and red. Blue shortage remains a problem, but I could crunch. Well, if I crunch the blues, that just gives me green, red, and sulfuric vapor. Now your output spins to over there. You will need a requester for your input there. This was uncommon too. Okay, that relieves the jam that was happening on the module line. Relieves, doesn't completely resolve, but slightly improves. And that's more quality twos I can put into the recyclers. see that. Yeah, so when you successfully generate a rare, you also get to drop that to the world. And to further streamline this, so here is box requesting all common, box requesting all uncommon, with intent to throw them directly into the mulcher. That I can then just auto trash my common lightning rods. Swapping them out the moment I remove them. More arms made. And okay, now let me go ahead and create the assembler stack. Common A3, common A2, common A1, 4. Can make demands. Just that I get the most all available equipment. Or hold on, that's rare assembler 3. This needs to be rare assembler 1. Rare speed 1. And then I can, yes, allowing the poison to take better hold, begin to process it into higher quality poison. Cycle all low quality finished goods. Did not finish replacing all of the all the provider boxes. There we go. Now the bots can see everything that is in the scrap pile. Continue trying to roll out rare lightning rod. They gain range, they gain efficiency. They gain health, though that part is unimportant. On here I can grab more local trash nodules, just clean the surface of the island a little better. Feed more material into the process. As long as we stay within the network. That has created blind spots, which in its own way is good. Yes, now I can install another tower of my own. All the pre-existing towers are stealing my lightning. And continue to upcycle all available modules. Things installed wherever appropriate. Continuously upgraded. Okay, some of you were never assigned scrap flavor to process. Fix that up. The recycling going at real speed. Yes, an uncommon robot frame. Robot with weird bones. Powerful child. Right, the gap. The big reason that this needs to be kind of uncoiled and set up again, slightly further from the station. News? Ah, right, that wall that I was going to beef in. This tank, you should go tend to that. Very carefully spread the margins. My dubious road designs. Back on the home front. Tank is your friend. Fights for freedom. It fights for quality. I should have a radar at the coal mine. Rused. Wasted. Cannot simply install eyes outside line of sight. There. Uninstall that other one. This tank is holding hundreds of units of wall. So I can both improve the overall level of beef bots, stay safe. Don't risk it. Okay, that is too close to the siege bugs. Okay, they don't get aggroed by the wall on its own. They were only upset because they saw the drones. There. Just keep pouring more concrete. This is the peace maneuver. Increases the level of peace in the area. When I am paying attention to this factory again, plenty of material to work with. Sorts of big things will happen when I return in victory. Champion of the trash heap. And it will be time for a vacation on scenic volcano planet. Or, begrudgingly, there is an entire quality level I can unlock by going to meat first. So meat may be the thing to do. Alright, just leave you parked inside logistics so you can refuel. Good work, Peace Tank. Everyone believes in you, and in that time I got 2 more lightning rods made. Nice. That one is up. That one is up. One is not. Now that one is. Yeah, I've got most of my replacement tower coverage online here. Sweep more of the trash. Go ahead and auto trash common scrap. Alright, there's a hole to patch. Okay, the answer might be more battery capacity. Current conundrum. Steam turbines, they had their use. If I wanted a backup power supply, I think solar panel fills the role better at this point. Right, then also, since I do have rare battery laying around. Rare accumulator. West. Rare accumulators. Get them in the pile. Just to review the planet stats here for Fulgora. Days are very short. Okay, on the surface, solar is absolutely terrible. 20% standard. It was okay in orbit. Speaking of void block, all's well. Taking a moment to dwell on it. think the workflow here is continued adventures here on the magnet planet to gain the secret of garbage. Then after I complete my first arc here, which will involve leaving with 20,000? No, 2,000 magnet science, maybe more. With a boatload of magnet science with which to do much magnet research. There might then just be some back and forth to complete all of the magnet tech. Everything that is pure magnets. And then once I have that, build up Void Block into a battleship. And then go to war with the meat planet. Yeah, this... Beyond just Quality 3 being the reason to go here first for this run, the fact that Mech Suit, Shield 2, Battery 3, all the personal combat stuff you would want. No, you can also get stackable productivity boosts. For the recycler. Infinite garbage. Well, not really. I think there's a hard cap on how much productivity bonus a single machine can have. So as not to go infinite. Which is understandable. Alright, crush those gears. Crush these gears. Crush a lot of things. Let's get them out of my pockets. Don't think these might be close enough to chain with rare long wire, because like there's our example of the maximum reach long wire. So if I just like grab these two, that's my measuring stick for how close. So nothing else is in range of those islands. They're alone unless I get some other even longer power distribution. But yeah, those are in range of each other. And then those might be. That definitely isn't. I might be able to chain down here and gain a bunch of power surface area. But for now, I'm finishing harnessing even this island. Upcycling my batteries. Normal pipe still has its use as like just the direct on the ground linear connection between points. Low density contains steel. Things that are worth crushing into paste. So, okay, there's room over here. Throw down my one remaining electromagnet plant. I need to reestablish processing of lightning metal, especially so I can then start dabbling in making superconductors and what have you in pursuit of magnet science. But first, that is so expensive. But a mere uncommon, less expensive. We can rattle the bones. Do I even have that much uncommon reinforced concrete? Maybe, maybe not. Already low on uncommon processor. I definitely have enough to make 2 batches, to make 2 and therefore 3 common electromagnet rolls. Need a bit more plate. So restoring plate production needs speed 1, which needs rare greens. Anywhere I can borrow those out of. Or if I can smith them. So, as needs must. Chemical plant to melt ice. Probably gonna make a bunch of barrels to bring. I can put productivity on the ice melter. Make sure I really squeeze every drop of juice out of the ice machine. Brush all of these and see if I can roll up some higher quality green. Yeah, green. That's something. Right, so plant for water. Chemical plant for pollution. Also, it's good that the internal battery on the Roboport means there's still a little bit of vitality left in it during a power outage. One speed. One rare speed one. It's 5 rare greens. I could just spin those. Circuit Wiggler. I should be making some prod mods as well now, in order to get the most out of these when I am forced to use them. The bots can spare some rare iron. I have the rare wire. Do more crushing of unwanted material. Crush the uncommon gear to make uncommon plus iron plate. Alright, so mend this gap. Braid. Place that. Yeah, let's go for a little wade in the pond here and scout out these islands. See what kind of chain might be viable. Seems like it would stop here, but that's still a little bit of additional surface area. I'm gonna make a bunch of barrels. Things are looking good, feeling fine. And also crunch the basic accumulators to roll for better accumulator parts. Rare. 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 Auto trash the uncommon ones as well. Commitment to quality starts here. Bigging up the battery pack. $25 rare, 1 uncommon, 19 common left. Yeah, I want to throw all of these in a recycler. To hope for reincarnation into slightly larger batteries. You throw a machine into the wood chipper, and then a single tiny fragment of it just falls out completely unharmed. And now you know. That one's special. That piece is important. That's a lucky bolt. Someday the bots will also have their chance to face the fire. Yeah, look at the difference in capacity. 3 times the storage. Real estate is at a premium. Where is that uncommon on this grid? It would be hiding somewhere in here, because this is like where all of emulators that I've built for this island are. Be underneath the railway. Hiding its quality dots in shame. Okay, that has opened another hole in the field. Tread carefully. All the way to tread carefully here being to just swoop out and grab all of the material before the bots get too adventurous. Back under the umbrella, children. in all of that time, has the assembler fired off? Not yet. I have some rare iron ore. That'll make for a couple of rare plate. Guess if I made an uncommon circuit machine, maybe that would be able to take up the slack here. Qualitate that pretty well. Thought I was holding another electro lab, but I suppose I'm not. Things need doing. I guess also the accumulator machines are taking up all available iron plate. They're doing a very good job of cutting the line here. Commons just don't have the endurance needed to provide energy. Every machine that I'm currently running has quality 2s. Logistics crew of 26 is doing a fine job. Alright, let's peel back the robot factory. That has served its purpose for the moment. And with that, I install electroplate machine. Providing the metals to make more electro labs. Yes, because then this cycle will make 2. Then I will shift it up to uncommon as its base production level. You will do your best to be fancy. Is that a tiny garbage dome? Hoop you up. Much valuable trash on the trash planet. And alright, so with new magnet labs, spin up fabrication of some better power lines. Since reds are so abundant here, I should just be using substations. That would let me get very good land use density. Sometimes the factory just has to take a nap. Okay, let me create a lightning world utility belt here. Using red conveyor when it matters. Find myself using yellow and blue arm. And I need local technology like lightning rod, emulator, lightning rod, rare only. Accumulator, rare only. Substations, all kinds. Large power lines, all kinds. And I guess slide assembler 3 in again over here. Yeah, the bots are having a great time. They love this place. Okay, I finished making them but hadn't picked them up yet, so. Big electric. Rare. Or big electric uncommon. Quality mods. Sure am overflowing with common quality 2s now. Which means these can also be subject to reprocessing. Send. Should put modules in the scrap drills, that's true. Take a quick swamp walk. Basic qual 2 across the board. One uncommon, some uncommon qual 2. And power grid on this side is doing fine. So, water bottles. Since the power need over here is lower, I might also just go ahead and scavenge some of the batteries off of this island. So let's check the local graph here. Yeah, the accumulators here are never under threat. They easily cap out. Especially grab rares. Or I could leave the rares. Breadwinners of this island and instead hoop up a bunch of commons. Reprocessing. $2,200 water to store. Each barrel is 100 water. Nice. Pour it out. And yeah, so metal production restored. Superconductors finally available again at room temperature. I can add water tank. And unload the water I just bottled. And yeah, prioritize throwing these in here to make speeds for the assembler. Create the long arm for the direct pass through. There. Running out of space around the first roboport. We'll get a few more important things done. So, rare productivity module 1. Need a reinforced concrete machine. Which has to live up here by the water machine. Restoring the trash-picked arm machine would certainly be nice. Crush normal engines, crush normal batteries. Another rare lightning rod to install. You are also common. You're just sitting here under the umbrella of this rare lightning rod. Yeah, the coverage is fine. 9 rare, 1 uncommon left. I managed to get the uncommon accumulator out. Stick machine is to exist. At least one. Yeah, plenty of common iron laying around. It is wild to see recycling speed on low-cost items. They're just that good. And okay, in the spirit of this as well, I should be recycling recyclers in order to continue rolling for the material to make rare recyclers. Yo, nice. Rare assembler. Future technology. I almost just want to cycle all of these out to that exact purpose. I guess start with the ones that are currently the most active to improve their throughput. More metal, get more concrete. I can mulch an entire Assembler 3. The Indulgence. Phenomenal power. Here's uncommon power wire. Is that strong enough to bridge this gap? Yes. I already had one here. Is that strong enough to get over here? Yes, barely. Don't even need rare power cables to get down to that island. That's that much more lightning surface that I'll be able to tap into. To wait for those lightning rods to exist, but once they do, ritual can occur. Here's one of them. And accessing new land is definitely more valuable. Oh. Yeah, get some of them out on these forlorn, distant rocky crags. Okay, I'll need to use a small to connect directly to that. Get long power line out to here, though. That is protected. Harvest local garbage. Right, I'm auto-trashing the cotton wire. Want a little bit of that back. Garbage connections. There we go. Yes, and then I'll be able to chain down to these. Bit more local trash. Yeah, this is a pretty good island. Yeah, the frequency of the lightning storms is fairly reliable. The exact boundaries vary, but it's a season. A season that happens every, like, 5 minutes. 2 minutes. It's a time of day, lightning. Quest the uncommon quality 2s as well when they appear. Okay, to get started on productivity, I may as well just go ahead and make normal common prod ones. And roll some dice. They will be what they will be. What they can beat for now is inventory. Okay, that almost did it for coasting from one spike to the next. Finish refitting this capacitor, and then I'll be able to extend out a little bit. Probably by the time I've filled this whole point here with accumulator, that'll be the coverage needed. If I recycle plastic, it might generate coal. Or it might just leave plastic. Brush more load in. And yeah, load this ore in here. When I can spare more machines, I'll be able to go and install higher quality stuff. Flip the leftover requesters. Gold station. Make that available on the network. I should try to phase out all the ordinary steel boxes. Make everything here network enabled so that it can be drawn from. I think is mostly accomplished here. These three, and then one more in there somewhere. Here on the garbage planet where rare will become the new normal. You, right there. I won't throw rare gears in the recycler, but it will crush and upcycle uncommon gear automatically. Check overall network levels here. Yeah, we got 10,000 common gear laying around, 1,300 uncommon. Should probably be repeatedly building and unbuilding something at common level. Where are you hearing that other request from? Or was that leftover from... Oh, this is the one I manually assigned at common. I could crunch the barrels back into steel now that they're empty. Recycle these cans. Potentially upcycle these cans. Get my deposit back. Spent that whole time running off of the old automatic assumption that doing any bottling would mean that I'm now stuck carrying around a bunch of old empty cans. That doesn't have to happen here, because this is the good planet where everything makes sense. This land is peaceful. Its inhabitants trash. Guess we'll have one here on the corner anyway to, like, capture that bit of beach. Just put one substation into that accumulator block. Could make better substation once I have more electro labs. I have more uncommon metal to contribute. Yeah, just kind of really liking the workflow here. Everything goes in the blender. Carbon? Yeah, just crunch that carbon. Just clean your teeth on the carbon. Okay, slight damage to the forward wall, but its job is to be exactly that. This is just a big ablative barricade to keep that peninsula under control. So, all's well? Power systems have stayed fine. Yeah, solar is just covering power during the day. Steam kicks in at night and can help compensate for any combat power draw. Oh, this factory is mostly spinning its wheels. It's buffering a lot of World 1 science. To be ready to mix with the electro science. Be nice to have a persistent supply of military set up. Just divert coal over from the tiny coal mine. That's also missing a metal supply for the ammunition. Take a bunch of train scheduling to get that set up. Or I could leach material off of the low-density structure machine. Steel and copper right there. I snuck that out of there somehow. Divert that over here. That's bullets. Questions for later. Questions that will be more easily answered when I return someday from beyond. Secrets of recycling. continue to reach out here. Bring in more juice. Didn't bottom out the accumulators this cycle. The tipping point has arrived. Good weather only. One common lightning rod left on this island. Once things are hooked up here, I can also circle back to the first island and recycle all of their common lightning rods. Where are you? Where is the straggler who is avoiding the upgrade patrols? Must go into the carousel to be renewed. Probably one hiding, like, all the way back here? Yes, you were just right next to a rare. I, like, misclicked when trying to replace it. So, venture out into the soup. Like, there. Probably like another one over there, and then a couple down here. That will be the full extent. Our footprint for this island. Wait. Is that a single tile? Buildable ground? Yes. Just figure out how to get power supply over there. Or even without it, that would still be a safe zone. That has its own little bit of value. Power grid is nice and healthy now. Left in quiet contemplation of how best to conduct garbage. Well, I'll probably scoop up a lot of these old power lines. Redo the lightning rod setup for this island. power grid's still here. Incredibly healthy and normal. Throw more of that in a wood chipper. Our grid all appears to be complete there. Yes. Crush. Destroy. Okay, and the whole scrap situation is clogged up on the input side. More bots would help circulate it, but I do now need to start creating a sensible flow chart for what to do with each base resource. Comes out of the scrap. Materials are abundant. I need to start reprocessing them efficiently in order to get to what I want. It's going to mean more recyclers connected to bot logic in order to upcycle material. Something like this setup, but more compact. More setups for recyclers that have a thing they request and a reasoning they use to judge when to request it. Right, bottomed out power again. Still a little room for development here. I should actually peel some of this up and start from the basics. Yes. New copper wire is only going to enter the system when I recycle things made of copper plate. Or on occasions where I recycle wire. My module numbers are good overall. Select. Consolidate here. Who can keep running for a bit. Yes. way to provide good material. So as to unjam. I think I'll also discontinue you for the moment. Finish your set. There's definitely Justin to do here. This space for some new setups. Then we have the basic scrap processing pile there. Have the gear recycler, whose job is to grab gears. All kinds. Though that needs stronger logic in order to, like, be controlling the entire population of gears. Where is the edge of my logistics zone? Here. So that is another bit of space usage tech. Situate things right on the edge. Well, in this case, providers on the output, requesters sitting ready on the input, quality modules on these, my new material processors. The open question of what do I want them to process? Okay, so foundational things. Sources of raw iron up there, and my sources of raw copper up there. When we roll gear, and when we roll wire. Oh, nice. When I mouse over these, it just also tells me the current inventory. Since I'm in a logistics menu, that's powerful. 4,000 batteries, huh? Start crushing those. Yes, and those crush into copper and iron, both. So... get that e-waste. A lot of solid fuel cubes. I should dispose of. Common low density structure. The only use I would have for it is building escape rockets when it's time to leave. If I put in a big request for that, then wire an exception up to the arm to be like, hey, leave like 250 of that. And crush the rest. Yes, that'll generate blue steel. That'll generate better steel. Chance to roll up. What else is there too much of? Thousands of ice. Thousands of brick and concrete. Would be crushing the basic concrete to get more brick. Seen two opposing polarities for how to go about improving material quality here. Either render everything down to close to the base of the production flowchart and cycle it there until I get rare quality base materials and then build things up out of those. Or take the materials I have and kind of massage them back and forth across the whole production space. Let them move forward, rolling to progress, and then identifying spots where they've hit a dead end, and then cycling them back to try again. Would definitely be greasing up conveyor belts, especially with gears being so widely abundant. Do I still have a grease supply set up over here? Yes. So... assembler. Spin you up. Ever hooked up the requester that feeds this? There, now you will receive deliveries of the appropriate snacks. Okay, so other things. Though I'm less reliant on conveyor belt because I have the drone swarm up and running. Here's the thing here. Okay, I should try to attain rare productivity modules. Those are still a thing to do. Because now, especially with the 50% base productivity on the magnet machine, which I may as well have on my bar. I start making wires again. Like, how are wire levels in the trash network right now? Pretty low. Wire does get routinely consumed. A lot of that wire is also in my pockets right now. Vaguely forming the aim here. Trying to build my way up to more usual circuit productivity stuff. Like a long arm, I guess, to stow there. There's wires. I could then also set up one of my recyclers. Demand all of the low quality wire. Let me briefly turn off the info labels there to see. Yes, the winding machine making the spools. The forbidden yarn. So then, from those, slide these over here, out of my way. If they manage to activate, they will do their dance later. I'll create a similar triad here. Yeah, those are overlapping by one for packness. Common green. Uncommon green. Rare green. Shared. Requester. Qualities here and here. If I had productivities, they would go there. Spin. Then have here a recycler that takes common and uncommon green. Like, it means these machines are going to be fighting each other for their respective products, but it might balance out somewhat. Holding 5 more magnet labs. Set these up for rare quality 2, rare quality 1. That stack. Process. I think I will just recycle all of these in the hopes of upgrading. Yeah, because I have 72 wall 2s of various rarity. Can crunch and munch. Everything available there. Let's take this limiter off and just start eating a lot of gears. Gears can become metal. What level of recycler am I holding? Like you to also process the uncommon batteries. Now that the policy is starting to form here. Uncommon structure as well. Instead of doing this with wire, I should probably just manually copy over. Okay, those overwrite each other. Need to separately tag common, uncommon, rare copper. That'll work out well enough, though. Because the bots can carry more than one thing per trip. So that was just making them waste time bringing an individual copper plate. I can throw all of that wire I'm holding into the pile. Throw all this metal I'm holding into the pile. Apply the copper to the crucible. Trays go in the machine. Yes, hello, rare recycler. Assign you to those batteries. So with these remaining 3 magnet labs, possibly set up another trio for running red circuit. That also makes sure that I'm regularly consuming the plastic. Alright, each of you gets your own requester. You're very important. Oh no, there's no space for that. You share a requester with the, or no, I can just put that over there instead. Yes, that is just inside the network. quality, quality. Absence of productivity. Well, I can sneak those in. Or I can coast on the base quality rating. The built-in power of the machine until I start making good prod 2s. Another 9% each. Yes. Okay, and the assembler is occasionally firing. That is good to see. Power grid a bit stressed. I can place one more accumulator. Help with that. Accumulator production will resume once I'm making more electro labs. Hey, one uncommon electro lab. Next one waiting on metal. Anything cheaper I can make out of that in order to cycle it back and forth. Yes, if I were making superconductors. If I moved on with any of magnet science, well, magnet engineering. The superconductors are made in the magnet plant. Copper, plastic, holmium, light oil. So water is needed. Pull out a chemical plant. Has to be anywhere but there. Tube. Other thing that needs assembling. That'll need pretty persistent assembling. Tube and ground tube. Just normal tube. Now that goes into you. Doing this at normal quality modules so that I can upcycle holmium to plastic. was the next milestone I was even supposed to hit here for ongoing magnet learning? Was it just to touch superconductors? Yes. Okay, to touch supercapacitors, which means making electrolyte, stone, heavy oil, holmium, wood. So, more magnet labs need to exist. Start working on the other parts. Okay, electrolyte is also made in the magnet lab, so 2 more magnet labs. And open access to the holmium pipe. Yes, the furnace could stop requesting normal stone. Is that for making solution? Scrap pile is probably mostly held up by just how little raw power I have thrown onto the patch in terms of mining drills. Could try to assemble more of those. And the slow loading at the basic scrap station here. Yeah, thousands of scrap rate waiting to move. Thousands of scrap in the ground. Now there's a bunch more gears that were just isolated on the side. Yeah, while letting all of this ferment, I think I create more mining drills. End up holding so many gears to finish crunching these. Gears, these sticks, this wire. Excellent. Alright. So to continue this process, this dire undertaking, rush. Common and uncommon red. Pour it back onto the wheel. What could I be building out of steel? Well, boxes would be one thing. Guess if I really wanted to be cycling, probably something more like power pole. A good set of efficiency beacons would matter for getting the most out of our available lightning rods. And definitely offload our rare materials into the local grid. And our common materials into the local mulch. There. This is something I can do. Using better concrete for making structures. Can reinforce the island. Hold back the sea. Kind of feels like it's working. Some rare materials are circulating. I need something that's actively upcycling the iron parts. Need to be routinely making and smashing the gears. Or the sticks. Stick mill is over here. Attempting to make high quality stick. Oh, attempting to make any quality stick. And achieving great things as a result. Wait, hold on, is there... I don't think there's any use for high quality holmium ore because it gets liquefied before it gets cast. So it loses its quality rating. By default. You managed to fire. You have bar. Where'd your modules go then? To me? To me? For me? Module? $59 productivity? Soon. More elements of the machine will be able to take flight. Have more recyclers. Coming up. Moderate damage up north. Out northeast. This tank should go on a drive. Just a little jaunt. And if I were taking remote management of this planet more seriously, this is the situation where you would want a big, continuous, sprawling robot network that you could just kind of go full RTS on your factory management. Either one big network or an appropriate mesh of coherent smaller networks. Have some kind of supply chain repeatedly making backup utility and combat vehicles. Have your full automated setup for distributing munitions and repair kits. I think the adjustment I will make here is to remove its front guns, slide them a little further back in the formation, slide them back to where these three beams are, and then move the power connections for these beams back. Make them connected to the other corners. concept of piercing magazine, which I suppose this is also a reason that I should have a little bit of bullet production available back at the hub. Just to help cover upkeep at the forts. The most dangerous part of Peace Tanks missions is the traffic back at HQ. Briefly visible on radar. Peace waves detected in this area. I am carrying a full set of conveyor stuff. Make these arrangements for military science to be active. Alright, we need to restock on belt. Network can provide for that. Also, it has its own local supplies in the botnet. And I can use the downtime of the logistics robots to my advantage. Since they're here. Sure, way to have these backwards. Free that. And now I might have the reach necessary. Just do this from map mode. So just turn off the tank. Give the tank a logistics request for common piercing ammo. Thousand rounds. Okay, so I need to tap into copper and steel from here. Or way to have logistics continuity here. I do not need this splitter. Let's turn those into provider boxes. Flatten that back out. There. Same there. Now iron from the arm machine will be donated to the war effort. Yes, and the old novice assembler can just kind of rest easy. I just set up that. I should also be able to say... Take care kit. Right as a production recipe. Standard. And put in a request for modules. I left plenty of modules laying around. One more provider on gear. Okay, and then I also need to finish the coal connection for military science. So, what is holding up the belt supply train? Waiting for red circuits that don't exist right now. Skip it. Those gears and circuits are needed to patch holes in the network. Okay, home front, reasonably healthy. Back to the vast, screaming oil oceans of the new meta. Almost to another uncommon magnet lab. Haven't managed a second set of prod mods yet. That just needs one rare red, which is spinning up right now. Just finished spinning up. There it is. Just put you over here instead. That'd be great. Could probably stand to make those share a requester so that they can not be stealing from each other. Scrap drill's finished. Oh, and a high quality one rolled. Interrupting the process. Yeah, that's good to see. Yeah, so after... Now that should do for drills. So I'll pack up this machine so that I can then move this down the same degree. Copy over that. Same recipe, so it'll take the same things. It might have cost me some productivity bar. Yeah, it's fine though. 77% productive. Okay, more things slamming into the wall. Teams doing their job. Fair amount of slack in there. Ice is building up. Could be using more ice. Now that I'm processing this volume of scrap, maybe now steam goes back to being worthwhile. Steam with a control system saying to only fire when the water tank is tapped off. Steam as a way to vent excess water rather than letting it go to waste. Oh, all those rare qual ones should definitely be somewhere other than in my pocket. There we go. That puts the surplus of qualities into circulation where they can do some good. Very satisfied with how many assemblers are falling out of the machine at the moment. That's okay. So, make the most of when we do have to burn water. Rare furnace to rare boiler. And perchance rare steam engines. So those might be able to crush back into rock. Seems like they're just trying to become more powerful brick. Furnaces might not be reversible. Smelting is not crafting. Concrete is crafted, though. Forced concrete machine. Here is a bunch of normal concrete for you to work with. Give it a good home. Common reinforced goes on the ground. Alright, little patch there that needs cleaning up. This also makes it much easier to spot where the scrap is, you know, once you've swept the floor. Local accumulators still seem to be doing fine. The procedure here is indeed that I should keep stripping away the old stock until there is a crash and then start building up new stock. Any excess accumulator that's sitting there is just kind of leaving material on the ground. Should be rolling for quality anyway at the tube mill here. In order to generate the occasional rare tube. And I need a new arm machine. I am holding recyclers. Could also go ahead and automate that. Okay, yeah, only extract and make available rare tube. Uncommon tube goes into the mulching machine. Is then made available as stock. Stock that can be fed into an uncommon tube machine. Then, in the event of a rare output, posits that. In the event of all other outputs, goes into the Wiggler. That metal thoroughly mangled until it becomes sufficient. throw a bunch of... Actually, yeah, throw the uncommon, hold on to the common stuff, because that will be liquefied into my science packs. Or maybe since I'm shipping them through space, and space is at a premium in space, maybe that's... Yes, to show mastery of quality, bring back only rare grade magnet beakers. 6 times the cargo capacity of a rocket and of a shuttle trip is much more persuasive than just 6 times going into the lab when there's that extra material cost to moving things around. Yeah, that adds up. I'm going to want good superconductors as part of making all of the fancy new magnet equipment anyway. So... install a permanent recycler here. Rare output goes in the box. Less than rare output. It's a do-over. Oh, is this also an irreversible process? I was hoping to extract metal back out of it, but it looks like this only serves as a reroll on a current very important piece of technology. And things being damaged. 10 different sections of wall and a little bit of gun. Acceptable. Or, no. Equal rare. Everything else can use the cycle. Which, frankly, in these situations, this is more convenient, because that's just effectively, with a large enough sample size, converting the bulk normal directly into a smaller amount of escalated quality. This is good for production. Alright, another prod mod to throw in there. 86% productivity on reds. And I'll propagate those down the chain. Garbage Factory is in a reasonably good place. This all feels productive. That is way more providers than I need to buffer. Requesters even. Too many. I don't have that many requests. Request less. 5 more. Slightly. Oh, have you begun a cycle? No. Alright. To let that accomplish what it's going to do. Solution being held up by rocks and ore. Process more fresh scrap. The number of logistics bots is a bit low. They're not moving nearly as much garbage as you'd hope. Stop auto-trashing scrap. And manually toss those in. Strong influx of new material. We escalate you to making blue recyclers. When the material appears, go for it. Yeah, I think the doctrine is starting to settle into place here. When quality matters, only the best. Quality doesn't matter. Well, are you sure about that? Sounds like someone needs a trip to the recycler. So many sticks. Those need a trip to the recycler. Recyclers that I'm not currently holding, there is one I can deploy. .43 uncommon metal. Stop roasting rare stone. Uncommon stone only. It's for the boiler over there. Gears for the engine is there. Gears and plates, now just waiting on rare tubes. Round pipe successfully built up. Okay, to keep those dice rolling, let me add another arm here. I wire you to this. Say if there are already 200 pipe in that box. Then you are allowed to throw any excess pipe, excess common pipe, into the recycler. Oh, right, and I need quality mods in that recycler. And quality mods in this thing. I've caught up on the quality modules. Back in prime position of always needing more of them. One of the way things ought to be. There. Yes. Good. One island. Fully smoothed. I get those beaches. Which I could probably sneak lightning rods down there. Have them just a little further out to sea to get maximum coverage. Get back to producing those at some point. Power grid there is still healthy. I do like that the way the numbers work out here in practice is that lightning power here is Bizarro Solar. It's the same fundamental concept of you have a spike of output at a constrained time, and you need to spread that out to fill the gaps. Just the spike is a bit sharper on Lightning World. Just a bit. Get a bit more capture out here. Yeah, there's a whole other landmass I haven't bridged to yet. Should get back to making some lightning rods once I have electro labs again. Once I have spare electro labs. Finish this cycle, because that's a 2-for-1. The deals. Savings. The power. Okay, thing I'm gonna do here to help control this. Sure that you are looking at the output box and stop loading the machine. There are 4 turbines. There's my 1 boiler. I think I'll go for a 2 boiler setup. Power demand is up to 10 megawatt, 11 peak. 24 peak, but that's the accumulators charging, so that doesn't really count. A real peak is down here below 10. Yeah, 2 boilers, 4 engines. At rare, that will be quite a bit of base load. But I will throttle them to avoid consuming too much water. That will give me a way to pull fuel cubes out of the system. And really, when it's time to start making rocket fuel, I can just boil the ocean to get all the fuel I need. Reach over the side of the boat and take a sip. Yes, this whole setup is definitely wiggling in the right direction. Slowly improving as I manage to squeeze more modules out of it. Especially the repeated 50% productivities over here in anything I can do with the electromats. That adds up drastically. That's a lot of percents of material savings. Not consuming processor units for much of anything right now, so yeah, there's actually a pretty big heap of them laying around across the whole trash sorting machine. If I demanded those, then threw them all in the trash just to make a point. Yeah, start piling them in. That releases a lot of green and red. Varying qualities. Yeah, I don't want to recycle them anyway because it's not like I am making anything common grade out of blue. Not right now. Used processors might become one of the major exports of the garbage planet. Because processors structure rocket fuel. Launching from here is really cheap. Everything you need comes out of basic scrap processing. Is the gravity high here? That might put a damper on that. Hold on. 8 meters per second. Actually lower gravity than Novice. Meters per second squared. Really high atmospheric, or no, that's slightly lower atmospheric pressure. Just about every number here, except for, the continuous lightning storms that define existence here on Lightning Planet. Oh, there's also a metric for average power density of the lightning. Handy. But yeah, all those stats look pretty favorable for using this as a launch platform. We just need to finish actually making the silo, and then once I have a couple of shuttles, yeah, it might be worth it to just ship space parts from here. Make this my spacecraft assembly site. Steel and wire are also easy to get here. They just come out of the ground. The natural core of any healthy shipbuilding industry is a big heap of garbage. Any concrete with a quality rating on it should be thrown into a crusher. Try and roll it up. Okay, and I think I can... Yeah, I'll cut the personal request for processor units. Instead, I'll make this thing want common and uncommon processors, just to take them out of circulation. Battery count is still pretty high. I might need a second battery crusher. Or, hold on, what's holding you up? Oh, you got flipped by mistake. You got flipped when I switched you to a better machine. That's why the batteries weren't getting crushed. Here we go. Battery mangler. Doing as audit should. I still don't have anything that is handling steel. That's a decision yet to make. Well, motorcycling. Yeah, that would be the natural thing to try and do with draw in the steel. Could build a landing pad. Just to actually have a designated drop point. Quickly bustle through the garbage here. Looking for bits of steel. How many fuel cubes we really need to start a fire? Somewhere to dispose of all this fancy ice. Mall hull breach. And extensive gun damage. Gotta beef up that wall. This tank will work. It's never done. And you have been handed your battle supplies. Some of your battle supplies. What's missing? Ah, that one ammo magazine is in the way. 3 ammo magazines are in the way. There we go. Bullet machine. Operating. And make this a provider. It's outside the bot network. Just barely. Terrible. have any more Roboport left. Maybe an uncommon. Okay, I was just carrying one for that. Good, alright. Bullets. And with war science back online, I can get a little bit of weapon speed. Other such upgrades. I'll finish driving the tank out to the perimeter, and then on the way back, see what's going on in the laboratory. One of the sciences is holding things up. Finding reliable routes through the forest and pre-demolishing holes in the trees. All in a day's work for the peace tank. There we go. Kind of the goal here being to hold the enemy around the maximum range of the gun. Just round out the corner a bit more. Or, you know, as well. No one's been attacking from this direction. Everything piles up down here instead. I migrate a few beams back over this way. Do those kind of reach the combat zone? Still leave a few beams in that direction, just in case. And alright, yeah, while that is processing, pop to map view, look at the lab. Red, green, blue. No gray. Purple and gold. Missing grenade, missing coal because there's fancy coal blocking the line. Confounded. Quality. I long arm this out of here. Maybe. Quality greater than common. Then have plenty of storage boxes. I could disassemble this for a bit. Instead, plant a storage box there that will hold fancy coal. Yeah, if anything, make it an active provider that will try to shove that into the warehouse. There. Mill site restored. Wall beefed up. Homeward bound. If I had a gun with a ghost tag on its ammo slot and put that in a blueprint, maybe that's the thing I was missing from all the way back attempting to do manual turret creep with guns. That might let bots immediately understand that the gun and the ammo need to go out together, or as close as possible to each other. Once more, the peace tank goes on break. Fine, dependable worker. Okay, more qualities have appeared. More productions have appeared. Starting to propagate down the circuit line. Put qualities over there for the tube making. A rare tube appears, but you Okay, a constructed rare tube. This became greater than rare instead of equal to rare. There you go. Tube machine unjammed. Scrap continues to flow. Wait, right, I wanted some of those for... the landing pad, which also provides a small local radar. It's what I'm accomplishing with only a small fraction of the build area on this island. I'll be able to build out a bit more as I start to implement the lightning tool chain. Okay, there. Official LZ designated. Now I can call for regular supply drops from the void block. Not that it has anything to deliver. Doing fine for itself, just partaking in local sports. How are common battery levels now that the crusher is running again? Much better. Way down. Have you finished building any... not any engines yet. Second boiler soon. Also, stone furnaces are all paid for there, so this machine is no longer needed. Let's prep for the boiler controls. I'll just wire the water tank up to this tower for monitoring. I'll need more chem plants to melt the other grades of ice. Go snatch green circuit out of the jaws of the crusher. For a preliminary setup, it can be thrown into the cycle of renewal later. All the leftover ice from much earlier. Throw that all into the relevant ports. Immense. Very important work. Smoothing the initial drop site is tertiary importance. Scrap heap. Then the garbage machine. Then beyond. Yeah, waiting on that. Waiting on that. Good things to do. Trash bin full. Too much circuit. Render those down even further. Supply of high-quality superconductors seems to be building up well. Situation pretty good. Garbage Island continues to evolve, and the peace tank is growing into its role as keeper of the first planet. And the quality of material steadily improves.